Hello there, folks. Welcome to session 52 of Fathoms Below. I am, of course, your DM of Doom, Son of Asgard, or World Tree Quests here on Twitch and YouTube. And with me today, we have got some lovely and amazing folks who are all in the wrong places. It's getting fixed, I promise. We have got Selkie Cove. We have got Just Kyo. We have got Diamond Quality Cosplay. We've got Madness Diamond. And we've got Lawless Aries Cosplay. We have 2 diamonds in this party. We also have an Ichigo. Hello, good sir.
Ichigo!
Ma'am, your highness. You're I don't know how to talk. I still don't know how to talk to cats.
Don't give Ichigo too much praise. They will be the gremlin.
She is my mortal enemy.
Hello, Tigger, Pumpkin, Cat. Hello, Cat.
This one's Pumpkin. This one's Pumpkin.
This one is sick of your shit, Danny. I can tell from his face. This cat is like this, getting kissed, going, "I am going to slit your throat one day when you're asleep."
You're not sick of my shit. We've only been doing this for 15 years.
Okay, so I was gonna go somewhere and now I can't remember where I was going, so I'm just gonna go, guys, what happened last session?
Rose, so I guess I'll do it.
And Taylor, well, my computer fucked me over, so I guess it's my turn. Denny, that is your turn, I'm afraid.
Well, I believe we entered the deep dark depths, and as we were all settling in to rest, sort of getting ourselves back together, so to speak, I'm trying to remember what happened first. Our new companion or Echo discovering a new kind of damage?
Companion. It was the companion, then it was the damage.
I think they were at about the same time.
Yeah, tandemized.
Yeah,
Yes.
well, either way. A lovely new friend slithered out of the deep to talk to us, named, oh god, this is the first time I've said it out loud, Architeuthus?
Architeuthus.
Architeuthus. I added an extra syllable, that's cool. A friend who happens to know Luce, in fact, and wanted to join us on our fun little expedition for research purposes, which we certainly are a fun group to study. Around the same time, Echo came to Luce and Marisol with a fun book on the gods that they just had, lodged in their chest. We read to them. They learned a lot, and then they decided that they were going to try and reach out to the Chaos Serpent. As they did that, they got hit with chaos damage, which is not a thing we knew about until last session, and experienced a vision of sort of these deep ocean dwelling, glowing people talking in a language that Silky had never heard before, but understood. Well, that Echo had never heard before and understood. Silky's probably never heard Draconic either.
People say that Draconic is based heavily off of like Eastern European or Northern European, so like Russian or Romanian.
Gotcha.
Because Dragonborn throat sing, which was common among the Rus because of their dealings with the Mongolians, which is how us Sami people, we learned how to throat sing. Sorry, interesting thing, sorry.
No, you're good. It is interesting. Either way, Echo then saw a vision of an attack. Reaver got Echo back up, Echo described that to us. We didn't know what to do with that, but we decided to go onward after resting to the temple. At some point, we learned that the language that Echo knew was Draconic. We got into the temple. We talked to a variety of people in this order that's been around for thousands of years, I think it was said. We met.
Its origin was thousands of years ago. The order as it is known right now has been at least for a couple of thousand.
Okay. We talked to many a person, including my girlfriend's new hyperfixation. Who was a Rekborn who said that they were so old they didn't remember what their name was. And that sent Reaver into a tunnel of existential dread. And Echo went to eat, and then came back. And I'm trying to think of anything else of note happened. But this week has been absolute clown shoes, and it's not coming to me, so that's what I got.
Anybody have anything they want to add?
We found out the name of the temple, and we found out who the temple worships, which is a sea drake. That might be
Thank
a god, a primordial, whose name sounds a lot like Chimapyrus. Chimapyrus.
It's
And a penis.
Yes.
what the fuck?
Danny said it.
They
it's
have
canon.
they have a perfectly normal name. It's Chimapyrus, and you turned around to
know.
kinda penis.
Listen, mispronouncing words in D&D as other words they sound like is one of my favorite activities.
I honestly
Also,
thought you
we're
were going
all
to say.
immature.
I thought you were going to say that mispronouncing words for what they sound like in D&D is my hyperfixation.
Tomato, tomato.
If the shoe fits.
Well-
Yeah.
We also had Architeuthis basically get heavy lore info. Like, they seem to be digging for something.
I
Yeah.
wonder why.
What about that's about?
Oh, and I was
Yeah.
given a scroll that's gonna give us Marisol lore.
Yes!
Yes.
I willingly made this choice. I'm like, my lore, Marisol lore, immediately give me it.
It's been 52 sessions. All 52 of those sessions, we have been begging for Marisol lore.
Danny has been like avoiding the lore as much as they can, but now they can't avoid it. Yeah, can everybody remember how we left off last session?
Yes. So it is Luce, Marisol, and Architeuthis are all following Guard Captain, who is Luce's new hyperfixation, to the, what is the equivalent of a mess hole, I imagine. And
yep.
then Echo went out getting food and is coming back currently, and Reaver is still in the entryway having an existential crisis. Archie has stepped out of the body and is looking at the names on the wheel of the ship, having an existential crisis akin to that of a 20-year-old. Because Archie's only 20. That's where we left off.
Pretty much. Fantastic. Thank you very much, everybody. So, who do I want to start with for today? Well, very, very first, everybody did do their level up, right?
Yep.
Awesome.
Yes.
Fantastic. So, here's how I want to start. Obviously, I want to start with Marisol. So, Reaver standing in a mode of existential crisis. Architeuthis off doing what scholars do. I believe they do some work with books. I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah.
Echo off doing... I don't know. I heard they do some work with biting things in half. I don't know. Echo is off eating, and Luce is following around a Rekborn who doesn't have a name. What is Marisol doing right now?
I had assumed I was kind of trailing behind Luce with the idea that eventually I will pull Luce away to go eat something, and when we sit down to eat something, I'll be like, all right, let's crack this puppy open. I'm sure it'll be fine.
Okay. So, this will kind of include Luce a little bit, I guess, as well, as you guys are brought into what is essentially a large, maybe at one point an antechamber of this temple. It's been converted into a place where, there are, like, round tables with stools, but the stools are almost, like, cup-shaped to accommodate for anybody, no matter what their lower bottom half is, whether you have tentacles and you can squidge yourself inside this, or whether you have a tail and it can curve inside this, or whether you have legs, at which point you sit in it awkwardly and try not to rotate. Inside here there is loads of members of this order, and they are all moving around, greeting each other. With that, what is both of your passive perceptions?
13.
I believe mine was also a 13.
13 and 13.
Our party average is 13, unless you're Echo.
At
Yeah.
which point it's 33.
I say it's 35, but...
So you will both pick up that the common greeting of everybody here is breathe deep.
Okay.
Whenever they see each other, it's like, hey, brother Frankfurt, breathe deep. Hey, sister Bethany, breathe deep. Hey, you weird bric-a-brac man, breathe deep. You guys find the table, at which point your Wreckborn companion kind of, excuses themselves, saying that they have duties to attend to. If you need anything, you can report to any member of the order, and they will most certainly do what they can to help you, and they'll give you what you need. He will say that he will send someone for you when rooms have been arranged for you. And then he makes his way off, lumbering away down another corridor and deeper into the temple. So Marisol, you and Luce, and technically Feather, are... Feather's down someone's rack right now. I'm not sure. It's like his go-to position.
Marisol's.
It's Marisol's. Okay, Feather's down your rack right now. To be clear, he's in a necklace right now. Okay. So you guys are left alone to sit and do whatever it is that you see to doing. Now, Marisol, you said you were going to open this scroll.
Yes.
Are you doing it at this table?
The way you're saying it makes me think that I shouldn't.
Are you doing it at this table?
That was my original plan, yes.
Okay, so you sit down at this table, pull out this scroll, and just whatcha! You open the Elder Scroll at the table. As you open it, a bell tolls. Bright light encompasses this whole room. And any number of people that you designate are not affected by the environmental freeze that is going to happen here.
Anyone who isn't me and Luce, I would like to not subject to this.
Is Feather people?
Can I bring
Technically,
Feather?
right now, feather counts as an object.
Is Feather's consciousness people?
So again, technically, Feather's consciousness is not on this plane. He is, for all intents and purposes, in his own demi-plane. From the light of this scroll, a humanoid appearance is going to coalesce, made out of just rapidly vibrating water. The interesting thing that comes from this, Marisol, is that as they form, they have no features. They just have face shape, shoulders, arms, torso, and then 8 long appendages beneath their body. And they will look to you knowingly. You become aware of a sudden surge of power, one-time use for yourself right now. Using this scripture of the afterlife, you can cast a spell of your choice at the 9th level or lower from any spell list. After you finish casting the spell, you'll gain a number of points of exhaustion equal to 1 plus half of the spell's level rounded up. So, Marisol, which spell would you like to cast, and at what level?
I believe the idea was to cast Legend Lore, which was not going to outright kill me if I cast it.
So Legend Lore is, I believe, a third level spell? Fifth.
Yeah.
5th level spell. So you will go from 5th, it specifically says rounded up, so you will go to 3rd level of exhaustion plus 1 4th level of exhaustion. We are still playing with the D&D 5th edition rules. So how exhaustion is going to work for you is you will have disadvantage on all dice rolls, on all ability checks. Then you will have your speed halved. You will then have disadvantage on attack rolls and saving throws. And at 4th, you will have your hit point maximum halved.
Ouch. Okay.
And you're casting Legend Lore, you said.
Yes.
I hope it is worth it for you. With Legend Lore, you name or describe a person, place, or object. You get a brief summary of significant lore about the thing you named. The lore may consist of current tales, forgotten stories, or even secret lore that has never been widely known. If it is not of legendary importance, you will gain no information. The more information you already have on the thing, the more precise and detailed the information you receive is. What would you like lore on?
So you said person, place, or thing. That's how it's specified.
Person, place, or object.
or object. So if I want to get information about who did whatever the fuck to my village and how it all went down, the best thing to probably do would be to ask, for information about my village.
So in that instance, I would say the best thing to ask about would be the name of your village. Like, if you ask for... So it specifically says the more you know about the thing, the more precise the information will be. So if you already know basically everything there is to know about your village, all it can give you is what you do not know.
Okay.
Yes, Diamond.
Because it's an event that wiped out an entire village, would Marisol know if that has a name in history? Like a regional name in history?
I would say it may not have a name to the wider world, but it probably has a name within the Misted Ocean merfolk.
Or would it help if Marisol can give it a name? Like kind of how in American history, at least, we have the battle of this place. We know the different different points in history based on the battle of this, the defense of this, the battle of this hill.
So I think in that understanding, the way Misted Ocean merfolk record everything is they record it in song or in prose or in script. Everything is put as a method that it can be performed to be visually shown. So going along with that kind of idea, I think the title that you could give it as it would be known in an artistic sense, the title you could give it what would you call it? What sounds Misted Ocean merfolky enough? I'm thinking if you were to pick a medium for your particular village to be known by, whether it was plays, songs, poetry, what would it be?
Ooh.
Do you want an idea?
I just need to double check something really quick about Marisol's background that I had written down. It would have either been spoken poetry or song.
Spoken poetry or song. So very oral traditions. Very everything is done. Okay. The event would come to be known as the song that should not be sung.
Ooh. Ooh, yeah, now that feels right. Give me 2 seconds, my laptop charger came unplugged. Oh no.
That should not be sung?
Yep, the song that should not be sung.
Yeah, good.
The Bardmain in me is happy right now.
I've never played a bard. So, you're going to be asking about information around the event known as the song that should not be sung.
Yes.
Okay. As you ask this, you're suddenly overcome, weary and tired, as 4 of this being's tentacles reach out and grasp your head. 2 on the back and 2 holding like your cheeks here. Marisol, what you would see is light shining from not Marisol, Luce. What you would see is light shining from Marisol's mouth, nose, and eyes as her entire body lights up. But Marisol, what you see is the entire event that unfolded in your village, but from a top-down perspective. You view it through the eyes of an archivist divine from some far-flung region of the cosmos, forced to watch for the sake of the cosmic historical scale. You watch as creatures of horrifically warped and twisted shapes tear through your village. They have an appearance similar to that of very thin and elongated elves. But their face is wrong. Their eyes are too large for their head and completely white. Their teeth are not flat and almost rectangular the way most elven teeth are. They are needle pointed and very, very long. Their face looks almost like anglerfish but without the lure. As they tear through this whole place, your ears are assaulted with the cacophony of screams. You see people attempt to flee, only to be swarmed by more of these creatures. Overlooking all of it, there is a tall, thin figure. They stand not on tentacles, or not balancing on the edge of a merfolk tail. They stand flat-footed, observing the entire thing, with a sharp implement in their hand and some kind of soapstone. And they record everything that is happening. They record all the writings. They take down a note of, from what you can see as you overlook it, you see they're noting down how quickly the village is taken, how many people managed to escape, the losses, how many of these creatures were killed. It goes on for hours, until eventually the screaming stops. There's no sound. And like an oily black cloud, these creatures slink out from where they found their last kill. And where they move, they leave a crimson trail in the water behind. But they move unanimously, like a swarm, like a hive mind, disappearing back into the coral structures nearby where your home once stood. And the being that stands there recording all of this tucks this block, this soapstone slab, into a satchel at their side. They take a deep breath and they turn to leave. The last thing you will see as the effects of this legend lore starts to fade in is a face. Horrifically stitched and scarred. You have seen stitches and scars of healed wounds that are done with expert precision. You've seen that on Echo. Echo is, if we were to put it in the terms of Prometheans, Frankenstein-esque creatures, Echo is a work of art. This person looks like if the artist who created Echo had a 4-year-old child who tried to copy their parents' work. Gnarled, ropey scars over their face, different coloured patches of flesh here and there. The right side of their mouth is pulled up in like a permanent grimace. It's almost the only way I can really think to describe it is it's almost like, as it's famously known, the Elvis lip. It's like the scar has pulled up, and it now creates a constant snarl. And inside their mouth you can see their teeth are all different shapes, varying shapes, sizes, and even colours. Some of them look to be made of maybe their teeth from other creatures. Some of them look to just be strange coloured rocks they've just shoved in there. And they have around their neck an amulet. The amulet is a vibrant greenish blue metal with a gemstone sat in the middle of it, a pale pink gemstone, which, as they put their hands to it, starts to emit some kind of high-pitched frequency. That's what you see. The information you gain is this. The song that should not be sung is a moment that should never have happened. The village was chosen for no other reason than the fact that it was conveniently placed. When sea elves invaded into the elemental plane of water in order to achieve items of power, They destabilised the married governments that rule there. And because of this, they upset how the Triton and Water Genasi folk experienced life. When they left and built the city of Oceanheart and became a kingdom in their own right, they left behind a wake of destruction. Not necessarily destruction by their hand, but destruction nonetheless. Many Water Genasi and many Triton lost their lives having to defend themselves to protect items of power held by their married overlords. One of those Water Genasi was a woman named Meryn. Meryn was a lot of things. She was a warrior. She was at one point a scholar. She was an archaeologist. She knew of the great and powerful things that held their civilization to such a high regard at one point. But while being a warrior and while being an archaeologist and while being all these great and amazing things, she was also a wife. A wife to a lowly medic, surgeon. She lost her life in one of these sea elven attacks. Her husband lost not only his life in the form of his wife, but he lost the pieces of his body the instruments of his trade due to these attacks. But something helped him hold on. That something was not a god. It was not some deep-seated, harbouring power that he held, for he had none. What held on was the fact that he promised that his wife would rest. His name is Malagos. And the truly horrific part of this tale is that your village was a conveniently placed test for the grounds of his vengeance. He had intended to see how quickly they could tear apart an entire group and leave no trace. He is under the impression that his first test was a success. The last piece of information that you will understand is that his data is incorrect.
Yeah.
From my understanding of you asking for information on the song that should not be sung, that is what you gain. The image and the information that I have given you.
Okay.
Is there anything, and I will always ask this when it comes to legend lore, is there anything that you feel should be included that has not been?
figure out, and I don't know if this would be something that the legend lore would imply. Would that imply to Marisol that what happened really didn't have anything to do with her?
So that would not tell that
Mm-hmm.
because you asked about the village.
Fair.
Whether it's about the certain things from your backstory which you've said to me, that would be more to do with that particular situation rather than the village in and of itself. Kyle, you have a question.
I have one for Marisol's potential sake / just curiosity. Is the person Marisol that you spoke to as the child, the one that you believe to live, is that the same person as our Malagos?
No, because the person that they spoke to was a Cicalian, if I'm correct.
Cicalian.
Yes.
Just want to check if the faces match, because all good then.
No. However, what this does provide is a link for Marisol to pursue. They know the name of this Cicalian. Can they try find them? Can they pursue more information from there? How Malik Goss found out about this? How... whatever. But the Cicalian is not a part of the village. They did not live in the village. So therefore, when asking about the village and the event that happened, it would not give you that information.
This might be slightly torturous for me, but would Marisol have been able to glean anything specific about, like, her parents' exact demise from what she saw?
It is incredibly safe. It's incredibly safe to say that everybody involved in the attack met a very similar end. If you wish to know exact details, I refer you to Echo's next dinner time.
Cool. Cool. No doubt, no doubt. I can't think of anything else more specific to ask. That might be because I'm currently taking in a huge amount of information. Is there anything anyone else wants to throw out there while the wheels are spinning?
Just clarification's sake, is Malagos a water genasi, a Triton, a Cicalian?
Malagos is a water genasi.
Cool. Was there.
Okay.
That's all I had.
And I'm guessing this is not a face I would have ever seen before today.
No. This face is fresh to you. However, have you ever seen this face before it was scarred and torn up? You can't say that for sure.
Understandable.
Point of it being scarred and torn up.
This is more of a diamond question, just for context. How long ago did that destabilization happen? That's a historical moment.
That's a good while back. Ocean Heart has been established for a long time now. Ocean Heart, despite being the second youngest of the elven cities, it's still closing into about 600-700 years old.
Ah, yes, another undying thing to fight. Cool. That's all I got.
Okay, I think I think I have also gleaned everything I can from this. So I suppose we will end my lovely, fun interaction with me being more tired than I've ever been in my entire life.
Very much so. You now have 4 levels of exhaustion, which I think is the... Marisol, I think you've got a World Tree Quest record. In all the 5, maybe verging into 6 years that we have streamed, I don't think anybody's ever reached exhaustion level 4. We got a first time, and we got first time on stream, guys.
Please, no one here break that record.
Considering the next level is you don't move, and then the level after that is you permanently don't move. Maybe not.
I have never been less happy to break a record, I'm going to be perfectly honest, but it was good information!
You filled a whole page.
I did it. I got all the lore.
But what about second lore?
No!
I can only do that once.
Oh, not about Cathic legend lore again. I'm like just more Marisol lore to be found.
No. We need 4 more levels of exhaustion. Clearly,
Yeah.
That's where we're at.
Please don't kill my character's girlfriend.
What can my paladin abilities do? Can I remove exhaustion? Hold on.
This
Wonderful.
scroll snaps back shut, and immediately the lights are gone, and everything starts moving as normal again. Except Marisol, if it weren't for you being sat at a table, you would have keeled right over. As it is, you slump. It is exhausting to lift your arms. You find yourself fighting to keep your eyelids open. Even your breathing becomes tired.
Yep. I think, given that, and given everything she just saw, and the fact that this is heavily something she blames herself for, I'm going to be perfectly honest, I really think the next thing that happens is Marisol just throws up.
I mean, honestly, completely understandable. As the shock of it rattles through your body, you find that you cannot hold the contents of your stomach. And you bring them up, hacking and coughing. Which draws the looks of a couple of the other people inside this mess hall as they kind of look at you and then go to talking in their huddled tables about, like, you know, who's the freak show that just randomly started projectile vomiting, like. Luce, any reaction to this?
Luce is so confused, and it's just like you have a hand on your back, rubbing your back, like one on your shoulder to keep you to not face plant into the table, and it's just this kind of like look of what the actual fuck. And it's just kind of just that repeated, like, rubbing motion. It's the holding you, and then it's the arm going around, like, the front of your chest to hold you even, like, more steady, because seeing that you're basically slumping over and you can't hold yourself up anymore. And it's kind of the very worried whisper of, like, are you okay? What the fuck was that?
I asked to see what happened. to my village, and I saw what happened. Oh my god. They made a
This
meal of all of them.
is this magic shit?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So you got too many answers, and all of them were bad.
There weren't even any corpses left.
Well, that's not good. That's not good at all.
I have answers I know and I need to find, but also the cost was very great, and I fear I am not very able to move.
Well, lucky for you, I can carry you. Would
Okay.
you, would you like to be carried feather style sack like a sack? Would you like to be carried bridal style like a princess that you are? Would you like to be backpacked like Malith? You have options.
Princess, princess, please.
You are always my princess. But
I
we're gonna
am
sit
sorry.
here.
I'm sorry I vomited on these nice people's table. I can't believe. I can't
Ah, fuck it.
believe they devoured everyone. My friends, my family, my parents. I couldn't have even buried them if I wanted to.
I'm not good at this, Marisol, with the whole talking thing about past tragedies. Um, future tragedies is different. That I'm real good at, I think. But past tragedies is weird. Um, I'm sorry if this sounds insensitive, but when somebody leaves their body in times of death, I think they just go to be with Sahalu, from what you've told me and what that book said. So I mean, you can still live, they can still live on as a memory. And I'll tell you what I've told Reaver, like, you can keep your memories as long as you like, and if you share them, they last a little bit longer. Because then you got somebody else who's also carrying that memory. So if that helps at all, it probably doesn't right now. Um, it might later.
Yeah,
Why did magic
probably
fuck?
later.
Yeah, why did magic fuck you up like this? You do magic all the time.
It was powerful magic. I asked a powerful question and it took a powerful payment.
Next time you need to ask a powerful question, I'm just going to introduce you to that clam I talked to. That didn't exhaust me physically, exhausted me mentally, but like patience of a historical patience, really. Maybe we don't do big magic all of a sudden without Feather here to explain the big magic.
Since he's been brought up,
Understandable.
since he's been brought up, Marisol, you're in direct contact with Feather's phylactery. Meaning that as far as you're aware, while he may not have been able to see, he'll have been able to hear. But he said nothing. He has not spoken.
Feather, are you okay?
Yeah, yes, yeah. I'm just it's just shocking.
What did Feather say?
He said
sorry.
it's shocking. I appreciate it.
I
What
think
do
I
you
need to
want
add.
to do?
I want to lay down. I need to rest. And then I need to find this man. or find a way to find him. I don't know. There's a lot that could happen. You're still in the necklace. I really wish you weren't in the necklace right now.
We have time. It won't be long before I'm out. 6 days. That's it.
Okay.
Wait, no, 5. We've travelled. There has been an additional day of travel. 5 days. 5 days and I'll be back.
What
If
did
you
Feather
want.
say? Keep interrupting you. I'm so sorry.
So I keep waiting just to see if you are going to go, and then I got to go and you go. Loose.
You go first.
No.
You finish.
I'm God. You go.
I'm God's assistant. I make your schedule.
I'm sorry.
Chat, place your bets.
I heard assistant. That still means I rank above. I'm God. You go.
Fine. Just this once. It's just gonna be loose saying, it's like, what's Feather saying? Because I imagine you're having this whole conversation in your heads. It's telepathic. Continue, God.
I'm just like here, and I like slide the necklace over so it's like touching my shoulder, so you can also be a part of this. That's a lot of talking.
Okay. Feather is going to say, Luce, darling, can you get her somewhere to rest?
As soon as my new hyperfixation comes back and tells us where our rooms are, yes.
Feather now starts to sound audibly agitated. Is there anywhere that she can rest right now? She sounds exhausted.
I'll go snooping. It's fine. Alright, Marisol, prepare to be princess carried, and that is said into the phylactery telepathic link, and then you are being lifted very quickly. And then outside of the phylactery conversation, Luce is just gonna go up to one of the random tables and
Okay.
just stare down somebody until they look at her.
You stare down a fairly young-looking deep elven lad who's is everything okay? Is there something we can do to help you at all?
I need to take her somewhere where she can rest. I know that guard captain said he was making rooms for us and all that, but this is kind of a expeditious kind of thing. No place.
There's dorms nearby. I can show you there.
Please and thank you, right quick.
Okay, he gets up, knocks over the food that he's got. It kind of floats about aimlessly in the water, and then he just kind of like leaves it, and he will follow. He will not follow. He will lead you towards the dorms. As he's leading
Alright,
you
Feather.
to the dorms, a runner is already coming. Notices you and is like, you'd be the person that he was sent to go and get, and he confirms to you that a place for you and your group to sleep has been arranged, and then he will take over leading you.
I'm gonna go ahead and just thank the poor lad that Luce just bullied, and just say it's like, Melusine Glimmertide gives you her thanks.
So you actively
Alright,
say the name Glimmertide out loud.
Yes.
Okay, they hear Glimmertide, and if they were acting like they were, oh shit, these are our guests, we have to be nice. The moment you say Glimmertide, they go panic mode. They are like, shit, fuck, and they start like we weren't aware. We didn't know. We're so sorry. They start like hightailing towards where they are. What's essentially been put aside for you guys is like a conference room, like where you would have a big meeting, big old round table, but the table has been kind of like moved to the furthest end of the room possible, and then makeshift like sleeping quarters have been put in place with like drape veil partitions around them. Very. This is what we had at last minute. At the moment that this little runner sees this, they immediately go again into panic mode. Like, I'm really sorry. I didn't know this is what they had said. I can try and find something better for you. If that's what you'd like. I don't want to be a disappointment to you.
You're not a. It's really hard to disappoint me. You're doing real good. Once again, many thanks. You can go do your other business. It's fine. I'm good. You did wonderful. I appreciate you greatly. You're doing great, sweetheart. You're doing wonderful. I need you to leave so I can take care of things right now. Official business and all that.
I can do that. Thank you. I don't know how to address. Is it Grace, Eminence, your Majesty?
No. Just call me loose. Just call me loose. Goodbye.
That seems wrong.
Breathe deep. Breathe deep.
Breathe deep. And they just like kind of like flounder around in the doorway for a bit before essentially fleeing the scene.
All right, Feather. I got us a room, and so now things are fine. You cannot be agitated anymore. I even did the noble thing of throwing power around a little bit to expedite things.
Okay, good. Just make sure that Marisol gets some sleep. She's going to need it.
Marisol?
I will sleep on whatever you put me on.
Okay.
I think. I don't know. I feel like if I close my eyes for too long, I'm gonna start seeing parts of that again. But I'm going to try.
Feather, can you do the dream thingy that we did once upon a time?
I don't have any of the capabilities of that. I'm still in a weakened state until I come out of this phylactery.
All right, it's up to me. This is gonna be fun. It's gonna be entertaining at least. Luce is going to basically set Marisol up a place to basically rest with whatever ramshackle put together things are here. Put Marisol in the cradle sleeping position of being held by Luce, but also laying on Luce so the tail can curl. And with Feather's assistance, I am going to have Luce tell Marisol a bedtime story, which is describing, in Luce's perspective, what winter looks like, with Feather adding commentary.
Oh my goodness.
We are winter wonderlanding this shit.
Flecks of white debris fall from the sky. Snow. Debris fall from the sky. There is an endless expanse of sand. Still snow. Just describing underwater but without the water, but getting everything wrong. So all Feathers do is just going, it's snow. It's not that hard to say. Snow.
It's cold sand that falls from the sky.
You know, Marisol's gonna be drifting off, but just once you're gonna hear her go. You keep saying it's snow. Why can't it be Smith? And then she's gonna conk out.
Yes. I'm gonna stay here as the pillow.
As you go unconscious, you're no longer privy to the conversations of the conscious. And Feather will if you're still in contact with the necklace.
I think as soon as Marisol is fully asleep, Luce is going to not take the necklace off of Marisol, but lift the phylactery itself up. Because I think it's that you need to be in direct contact with the phylactery itself, right?
Yes, you can't just be holding the chain
Yeah.
of the necklace. You have to be in contact with the phylactery.
I think it's going to turn into, because Marisol's head is in Luce's lap,
Uh-huh.
that Luce is going to basically put her hand in between the phylactery and like the contact of Marisol, so it's just Luce and Feather, so Marisol
Uh-huh.
can sleep.
Yeah. Feather will ask, I can't see. How does she look?
Exhausted. What the fuck happened, Feather? She says she used some kind of big magic and she basically opened this random scroll that Reaver gave her with a big old speech, and then she opened it up. Did Luce see the figure come out of the scroll?
Oh yeah, Marisol chose you to be part of the time freeze, so to speak.
Yeah, so Luce is going to describe to Feather, like, seeing that figure with the 8 tentacles and them not having a face, and then how the tentacles wrapped around, like, 4 tentacles wrapped around Marisol's head, and then the light being expelled. But it's kind of like whenever a deep sea elf uses that thing where our markings glow, but in, like, everywhere on her, and then she just kind of came out of it eventually, and time stopped, or people stopped moving, Feather. That don't happen. It felt like everybody got caught in a block of ice, but us. And then
That's
she came out of it and she started vomiting and was just exhausted.
that's powerful magic. More powerful than what I can cast. That's. You said this was a scroll.
It was a scroll that I guess Reaver had picked up and gave to Marisol, telling her to use it because if she wasn't going to use it, he was going to use it. Kind of. I don't know. I was half paying attention to that conversation.
It sounds like a. It sounds like a piece of the scripture of the afterlife.
But what now?
It's a particular type of incredibly powerful magical storing scripture. They're damn near priceless. These are things that devils, demons, archfey, and gods trade for.
Oh,
They have the ability to replicate an exceptionally powerful magical spell. Any spell, as long as you know the basic understanding of how that spell works, it has the ability to replicate it without the cost. All it does is it draws from your body. In this particular case, it drew from Marisol.
all right. That's a little bit fucked up, and I don't understand that. But I'm gonna just you're the smart one here between the two of us. Always have been, always will be, and I accept this, especially when it comes to magic shit.
It
Does this just
Does this just what? Sorry.
does this just like is it gonna just keep hurting her every time she uses magic, or is it a one-time thing?
No, this is a one-time draining thing. It'll take her a few days before she's back to her usual self. But a couple of days of rest, she should be fine.
Got any other secret insight? Oh, smart one.
If you knew something, but you're scared that it could bring around the harm of someone you really care about, would you still tell them?
I hid the fact that Reaver was dead from him for like 4 months, Feather. I am the wrong person to ask that question.
I've heard the name Malagos.
Of course you have. Is this the kind of thing where you don't want to tell me because then Marisol might find out? Or is this the kind of thing that we're all going to find out together whenever Marisol's not keeling over out of exhaustion?
It's not on a
Or
personal
is,
level. It's when you study necromancy, when you study magic, there are wizards of any school who you are taught to avoid, taught to not replicate their capabilities. When you study the schools of evocation magic, you are taught never to replicate Karsus's folly. When you are taught the realms of illusionary magic, you are taught never to venture into the realms of the fey creature known as Ixtaplik. When you study necromancy, you are taught never, ever to step in the shoes of Malagos.
of course, it's gotta be that one. Okay. I'm gonna make a decision here, and if it's a bad move, it falls back on me, because I'm making this choice. I'm not. As the one who doesn't have magic between the two of you, I really need to add somebody into this group call that just doesn't have magic either, so I'm not alone anymore. But I don't think we should have that conversation until you're backpack. Until you're to the point where you, like, a fucking book isn't gonna take you out. Like, we need to fix what is going on with you first before we start. Like, you can just say that you know of this thing, and then we can start. I don't think we should start chasing down that track until we got you at full capacity, because that's going to be your school of experience, and you're going to be the one to most likely to help Marisol.
I'll be next to useless if that is something that you guys choose to pursue. Malagos is... he is a necromancer who achieved what liches strive to achieve, but without pursuing lichdom. There's no evidence he's ever pursued what I pursued. All we know is that he practiced necromancy. But he should be dead. He should be long dead.
How long is long? We're talking like Adelan dead.
Ocean Heart was founded 1700 years ago. Malagos is, by my counting, he could be closing in the regions of 2,000 years old.
Oh, okay.
I'm not saying he is 2,000 years old, but he's not far off. A century here or there.
That's bad. That's very bad.
He's
Okay.
older than me. Far, far older than me.
You're old as snow.
That's absolutely not true. There is definitely snow that's older than me.
Haven't met it, so I can't confirm that. But yeah, we're not having that conversation until you're at least corporeal again with Marisol, because she's going to need to lean on you for that, quite literally, most likely. I'm strong, but I can't keep up with the two of you whenever you talk magic and you talk magical history. I can talk history, not magical history. Magically stupid and all that. So that's gonna be a talk between you two. I can mediate to a certain degree, and I can be here as a shoulder to soldier check one of you if you get out of line. But like, that's about it. Love you both dearly, but this is out of my understanding by a long shot.
That's not a conversation I'm going to look forward to having, Liz.
I know. I never look forward to having any kind of complicated conversation, but we still gotta have them. Especially in this relationship. You seem to love her.
What if because I practice the same magic as him, she starts viewing me as like him?
I don't think that's possible. She's not dumb. She's also a good person. She didn't judge you the first time we met you. I don't think she'd want to be with you if she wasn't some kind of accepting. She understands death and all that shit. She understands the afterlife, I think, and the salted veil, and she wasn't letting people bully you whenever we went to see Priestess Jiro. Like, we're here together. I don't think that's gonna be a big enough rift between the two of you that she's gonna basically want to banish you or some shit like that. I think it will be fine. I think it's just gonna be hard. I can help, but like it's gotta be a you two kind of thing because this is gonna be the overlap, I think. I'm not smart enough for this, Feather. I can whack things, I can block things, I can make sure I don't get hit and help someone else not get hit. If there's not something to physically hit and smack, I'm or if there's not a ruin to dig into and possibly step on a relic or can't find shit even in that case, there's not much I can do in this case. I can ask my dad. We can go back to Adelan and see if he knows something to help. Like, that's about it. If whoever the fuck Malagos is, if he's an entity of chaos, maybe this temple might be able to help us. But
he's nothing to do. He's, as far as I am aware, he's too singular. From the stories we're told, he's too singular-minded. He's got no need or want to partner with anyone because he only wants one thing. He wants elven downfall. Specifically that of the sea elves. Maybe
lucky for me.
Maybe you come from your people come from sea elves. He may view you as an extension of that.
Most likely. The Sahagin did. They don't like sea elves either. I don't know. We'll come to that cavern when we cross it. There's not much we can do right now. And that's okay.
I don't like not knowing the next step.
Well, the next step is you have to tell me what kind of ring you want me to put inside a Megalodon so you can kill it and find it. Because if you sit in these feelings, they're not going to do you any good. And I'm a pillow now, so I'm stuck here. So
I will think.
Might as well plank.
I will think about what rings I would like.
Oh, multiple. All right.
I would have to have one for each of you. It's a strange tradition. We don't do weddings. We don't do marriages. It's not a winter elven thing. Wood elves, they do marriages. We don't.
Maybe I can get my cousin to facilitate a marriage for us. Destination wedding.
There is a great many things that I understand about you. I do not think that you would appreciate the Varden Vale and everything that it is.
Who knows? It's an adventure. I like adventures. appreciate it if I'm with you and Marisol. Reaver's got to come too. And if Reaver comes, we got to bring Echo. And of course, we can't leave out Archtoothus.
Well, he's new. We will have to take him.
Yeah. Somebody's got to be the. Oh God, what is that thing? We have coral and like kelp down here, but y'all got something else up there. Little plants.
Trees?
Yeah, that thing that Reaver. But they're little. Luce is trying to allude to flowers.
Oh, okay. Would he understand that? He comes from an Arctic wasteland.
Even funnier.
Nat 20 apparently. Yeah, he has an exceptional knowledge of flowers apparently. Add that to the list of other things that he knows fucking everything about for some fucking reason. Nat 20 on a nature check. So you mean flowers?
Yeah. Someone's gotta, toss those about. I think Archtoothus can do that. Congratulations, you're now the flower bearer.
You love to see it.
Luce, don't get me wrong. I'm incredibly happy no matter what the answer to this question. But did you just ask me to marry you?
Not yet. You still need to fight Megalodon.
Okay.
Can't be that easy. It's fine.
At that point, Feather will go quiet as he goes into a deep state of contemplation.
Luce is going to take out the basically giant map journal and start making notes about everything she's seen in this random ass temple, and that is where my character is because I am currently a pillow.
I am a pillow. Okay. Reaver.
Hello.
You're in the midst of an existential crisis inside the entrance hall of this giant temple.
Correct. At any moment, I'm pretty sure Echo's going to fly past me and not notice that I'm not moving because they can't see
Oh,
me.
no. I'm going to give you something. I'm going to give you something that's going to rock your shit. And I think it's going to rock your shit because it's not the kind of shit you would ever have expected. Reaver, I would like you to make me a perception check, but it's not based on sight, nor sound, nor scent, nor... It's based on touch.
$14 on the dice. Let me go to the perception of the character sheet. What the fuck is going on here? It's +5 for 19. Wait, I will check because you said touch. Does the helmet count for the +1 to perception? That is your choice.
Yeah, I'll give you that.
Okay, then 19.
You feel a slight tapping, as if someone gently rapping at roughly your hip.
Okay. I'm going to, I guess, temporarily break out of the internal fear of staring at my own name. And look to my hip.
You look down at your hip and there is a small cicalian. Very evidently a child. To be incredibly specific, there are many different breeds and species of octopus and octopods in the world. From your greater Pacific to your blue ring. There's a deep sea type of octopus known as the umbrella octopus, or commonly known as the Dumbo octopus. As you stare down at this bright pink cicalian with flowing tendrily hair, but where normal humanoids would have ears and where cicalians tend to have holes or fin-like projections back, this just has two little flaps. Big wide eyes of a child as they look up at you and they go, "Are you dead?"
There are two ways to answer that question. The first question I have to ask, just for simple, because you said circadian. Do they have any coloration comparatives to either the silverfish
No, they're bright
anything in the
pink.
Crimson Guard?
They're bright pink. I'm
Cool,
talking,
so not the image of, oh, I'm still going to get murdered.
I'm talking, you've seen like Emily and Astrid's party dresses?
Yeah.
They are that pink.
Oh, okay.
The bow on Hello Kitty's head, they are that pink.
Got it. Yeah,
That's
okay.
exactly why I said it, because I saw you were wearing Hello Kitty.
Mm-hmm.
And they've got big old child eyes staring up at you. They've got like a little doll held down at their side, and they're like, "I'm on that. My brother says that that you Wakeborn are all dead."
Do you think I'm dead?
I think you're neat. You are made of different things. I like things made of different things. I have a doll, and she holds up her doll, and her doll is made of like stitched up parts of other dolls. And she's like, "I have a doll that is made of other dolls because all my dolls broke and I could only find these pieces. So I put them all together. But she only has 7 legs."
Do you want to make sure it's harder to break?
I would not like my dolly to break anymore.
I'm going to snap my body back into place. And then I'm going to kneel. So basically, Archie's gone back in.
Okay.
And I'm going to kneel and use the non-grumble hand to hold out. So the smaller hand, was it? Would you trust me with... what's its name?
Zero question. She goes, "Her name is Cecilia."
Thank you.
Zero hesitation.
You don't want Cecilia to break.
No.
Are you... He's gonna just, like, test. You're not... Do you like magic?
And she nods and she's like, "My papa was magic."
He's going to take the helmet off and put it beside the little Cicalian and then put Cecilia on it. Cecilia can watch this too. And I'm going to do the finger trick, but I'm actually going to take my
Just gonna
pinky
pull
off.
your finger.
Yes.
Okay.
And if I need to take damage for the next part, absolutely I will accept it and hide it as best I can. I'm then going to hold the finger in Grumble's hand against Cecilia for a minute so it counts as fused to me. And then I'm going to have the finger turn into dust and reinforce the doll as another tentacle. So basically, this thing is going to be hard as Megalodon teeth. If I have to give up internal teeth, absolutely.
No. I that's absolutely fine. There's enough bone around you that essentially you could draw a slight shaving from every bit of your body, look no different, and make what is needed for this. So absolutely no damage needed at all.
Mm-hmm.
The doll becomes reinforced, essentially becoming like an articulated action figure almost. Pivotal joints and such, like it can be moved and hold a shape now.
Mm-hmm.
The one key difference being that there's the 7 legs that are, you can feel the hard bone inside them. But on one part of it, there's just a bony protrusion of like the almost like the segmented finger bones
Mhm.
of a tentacle sticking out. So it just has like 7 normal tentacles and a bone tentacle. But yet her face absolutely lights up. She's like, and she takes it back and she hugs it close. And she looks at it and she goes, I knew that Wickborn were nice.
If anyone takes Cecilia away from you, or tries to break Cecilia, do come find me.
Okay.
And then gently just pat them. A little hair. They don't have hair, so just that head ruffle.
So Cicalian's very similar to like most underwater species that have hair-like things. It's less like hair and more like long, very thin extensions of skin.
Okay.
Picture it as like the appendages of anemones, but very very long,
okay.
stretched out. Okay.
So just a wider hand pat. Okay.
Yeah. And they kind of just like they bob up and down as your big hand pats them, and then they go, I have to go get dinner now. All of the other children have to go and get dinner at the same time.
You better eat it all if you want to grow up big and strong. That's how Wreckbones keep going.
But if
All the food we ate in life.
but if I don't want to grow up, I don't have to eat it all. Okay?
But what about desserts?
She kind of looks side to side. Then she goes, the kitchen is very easy to sneak into if you are small, and I can squeeze into very small gaps.
Remember, take everything and never apologize until you're caught.
She's going to smile, and then she is going to turn to go and bob away back to where you can see there's like a couple of these clerics of this order standing with a group of children. She kind of stops and turns back, and she's going to come back. And she's going to go into like a wee pouch at her hip, and she's going to pull out, and she's going to go, you can't give this to anyone, okay? And she's going to give you, it's just a rock. It is a bog standard rock.
Mm-hmm.
You could go outside and look around for 5 minutes and find 10 of these.
Yep.
It's just a rock. And she's going to hand it to you, and she'll go, it is lucky.
I will physically lean back at that statement.
She'll go, oh, no. Don't worry. It's not bad luck.
I'm going to open up my chest more so she can see
Okay.
the wheel.
Right.
Place it where you want. It will be safekeeping there. Better I
see-
have the eyes of luck than you. And that's going to be said with a tremble.
Okay. So you tell her that she has to place it where she wants.
Wherever she... Yep, because you'll see all the teeth, the wheel, the plating. This is basically the internal most defended point.
She looks around. And then, so, on your person, do you have, a belt with, pouches or anything like that?
No, I have the crow's nest as my belt that I then attach the shark. Remember, I ripped in part of the megalodon jaw to connect to the blade. That's the only
Yeah.
belt part. The rest I'm just storing in my gut. I don't
So you
carry much.
So you don't have, any pouches or anything on your person?
No.
Okay. In that case, she's going to go... And then she goes to the wee pouch at her side, and she takes the whole pouch off, and she pours all the rocks into her bit. She turns away. She
Okay.
pours all the rocks out, and then she puts the rock inside the pouch, and she's going to actually go inside your chest.
Mhm.
and she ties. You can feel something being tied.
Yeah.
And then she comes out and she goes, "You don't have a heart, but now you have a lucky rock." And I'm going to say something I've wanted to say to Reaver for a hell of a long time. Reaver, you now have a luck die that you can use once every long rest. Wah, 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 wah.
I'm. How to answer that? What was the exact one again?
You don't have a heart, but now you have a lucky rock.
I will keep that in mind.
Okay. Goodbye, Mr. Wickborn. And she just bloop, 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 blops away.
Archie.
Okay. Goodbye, Archie. Blop, 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 blop.
Yes, Lewis. The kid gets the name easily enough.
Every
They
single
found me
person
during an
that's
existential crisis.
every single person that's ever known Reaver, just like, it's been 6 months. I'm only just been allowed to call him Reaver. It's like this child, for all of 5 minutes, gets Archie. So, Reaver, you now become aware of the fact
You're
that
evil.
this... How else I get somebody to accept something that's going to put them onto a really, really cool run? I know! Get a child to give it to them. Even this is the ultimate way to challenge people. See if anybody ever comes to you and says they want to play a villain. Make a child give them a present. You'll see if they can play a villain or not. As she blobs all the way over, you realise that this temple has a lot of everything that a lot of major religious places do have. It has a place where people can come to eat food. It has a place where people can pray. It also has an orphanage. And this is where all DMs have the fun of seeing an entire D&D party go, we're no longer doing the story mode, right? We're just going to hang out with orphans and do all of their storylines. This is also a great moment for me as well, because I've seen Kyle do almost everything you can do in a TTRPG. Be an asshole, be a villain, be a political mastermind. I've never seen him confront a child.
I was fine until the Luckstone. I was like, cool, this makes sense. I'm gonna follow the kid.
Okay. You follow her. You follow her over. And there's a whole bunch of kids here, all different species. You got deep elves, you've got what you can see are dragon turtle children, you have got Cicalians, all kinds of underwater species here. And as you approach one of their minders, a South Sea merfolk, these are the ones that have the patternage of like orcas. See you come, they go, sorry, was Lysia being a bother to you?
Bother's not the word. I wanted to make sure they got back safe. He said it's dinner time.
Yes, we are about to take the children to go and get their afternoon meal. I apologize, I'm not familiar with your kind. If you eat, you are welcome to join us if Lasaya has made a friend.
High roll. Okay, I'm just gonna look at how many are here.
You're talking about 30 children.
And
And the paladin oath changed and became an oath of devotion.
nah. They're all. And he looks around like the situation, asking like they've all been found and saved.
They are all... They have an extended family here. Basically confirming to you that through whatever kind of circumstances, they're all orphans. Whether it's because of environmental, whether it's because of conflict, or whether it's because of famine, plague, whatever.
Okay.
All these children are orphans.
I'm going to have Grown gently put down Ariel's body. And have Grown come with me. And I'm going to look at this South Sea, and I'm going to use the pirate feature to commit technically a minor crime, or in the case of have these orphans commit a minor crime. They're going to be a little late for dinner. And I'm going to have myself go spectral form, so Grown can go through me. Everyone's real worried. I see, chill, it's cool. How many of them have got to pet a sea drake before? How many of them have got to hang around with one?
He will smile and he'll say, how about you come and join them for their afternoon meal? I think you might enjoy this.
Very well. And I'm just going to have Grown just like start helping like pick kids up, put them on the back, and basically
He's
magic
like-
school bus the shit out of this.
Magic school bus, like, oh, let's give it up. The big stingray from Finding Nemo.
Yes.
And they're going to lead you deeper into the temple. This could be really interesting. This could be really fucking interesting. But not in a way that... Never mind. I'm very wary of the time we're on, because we're verging on the halfway mark, and I don't want to start somebody and then have to dip out halfway through them. So I'm going to take us on to our break there. When we come back from the break, we are going to go to Architeuthis, and then we're going to go to Echo. And I think Echo is going to be an interesting one. I think it's going to be fun. We'll see. Architeuthis is going to be funny. It's going to be genuinely funny.
Okay. Looking forward to it.
But yeah, we're going to go on our 15-minute break. So don't go anywhere, folks. We will see you after our 15-minute Well, hello there, folks. We are back with part 2 of what can I do to make my players feel mass amounts of trauma today. And we're focusing on our new member. We're gonna give a little bit of torture into some Architeuthis right here, Mr. Squiddy McSquid.
It's Squid.
Welcome to the
That's
game.
me.
I really love the fact that, like, for like a solid minute, Feather was just going, the guy's name is Squid! Architeuthis. We have Reaver being, at this point, stone cold statuesque while having an existential crisis. We have Luce and Marisol wandering off, and we have Echo literally doing a 180 and going out and being like, I'm gonna go get me some foods. As Moradin and Luce's uncle, who she still has not gotten his name, and Malith are taken away to go and see to, their wounds and be treated and such. What's Architeuthis doing? You're inside this temple, a new discovery.
So Architeuthis is looking for a library that he'd have access. Like, I know, like, they told me, like, in their deeper archives are cut off. Want to know if there's like a library I'd be able to get to that sort of has any sort of information. What would be available to the public, I guess.
Oh yeah. There's like a public there's like a place where there's like records and histories and such. Most definitely. If you go and request a location to that, you're pointed into a part. It's not like deeper into the temple. It's more like along one of the side corridors of the temple. Bear in mind that all of this is inside the base of a undersea mountain. And as you follow it, it goes up. It's a strange thing for a Sicalian to understand that. So your building was built, and as I'm going into it, I'm going higher, because all of Sicalian structures are built down. So you're having to go up. And as you get to it, it's all like all underwater civilizations, except for some merfolk, civilizations. Whenever they take notes, whenever they use written word underwater, it's usually tablature carved into like soft stone. Most common one to be used is soapstone. That is what they have here. It's just like thin slates of soapstone with records carved into them in a varying amount of languages. But there are, however, some scrolls here. Now, Sicalians do have a way of treating pressed like plant matter to being waterproof, so that it can be written on, then that is layered over, and the writing is stored in it. It's usually heavy enchantment work, which is why it's only really like pretty sacred or important texts that are written in such a way. However, there are some things here that are just like normal books, normal words, but they're definitely Sicalian in origin. Like, they're not gilded, and they aren't like afforded splendorous outer casings like most of these texts would be if that much work went into them. These look like basic ass Sicalian journals, but they're definitely of Sicalian origin. You can tell that because of the fact that it's paper that is not disintegrating in front of you.
Okay, that's interesting. Looking at taking a closer look at the journals, can I, or the various documents, can I get a broad sense of what each one is about?
Yes, so they all follow the train of thoughts of Sicalian members that have come to this order. It's there that you start to put, two and two together. This library seems to be records of people who have come and who have either served this order, stayed with this order, or just really experienced this order in general. This Sicalian, one of the entries, in this one of these Sicalian journals is from the point of view of like a scholar who came here to try and like disprove the idea of like an infinite source of power that was located here. It doesn't say anything about it after that. It just says that they never left. They chose to stay here, and that the reason they chose to stay here is because life moved simpler. Their pursuits of study were more loose and free. They weren't confined to, you must research in this particular way and you have to look for things in this particular way. It was very, very free. They all follow this same kind of theme. People who have come here through whatever means, and then they found life here to be less of a burden than their life outside. So they chose to stay. One particular entry is going to reference being taken into the main chamber of the temple and meeting Cymoperius and getting to see the heart of the Deep King.
Very interesting. I do think that's something I'd like to follow up on. And so it was the main chamber, was it?
The main chamber of the temple, yes.
Main chamber of the temple. Okay. So from here, I think I would like to give that area a visit.
Okay. You want to try and find your way to the main chamber of the temple?
Yes.
Okay, I was really hoping that you would say this.
I bet you were.
The main chamber of this temple is the heart of it. Many corridors lead to it. You're able to find one. But as you approach, there is a small battalion of guards outside the door. About 10. All in formation.
Gotcha. All right. So I'll approach one of them, probably one of the ones towards the middle.
Very
there's-
friendly deep elf waves. You're right there. How's it going?
Hello there. Name is Architeuthis Mari. Do you
Is your name Squid
seem to be
Squid?
some of this? My parents had a very interesting sense of humor, I like to say.
I absolutely understand you. I used to have a cat called Seaweed.
Spectacular. Say, there's certainly a lot of you here. Is something important in here?
Yeah, just a little bit. This is the resting place of Cymoperius.
Really? He's buried in that room.
This is where he rests.
Can you tell me a little bit about that? Can you tell me a little bit about him? Did you know him in life? I'm sure you look like a very long-lived fellow.
No. I've never set eyes on him. Cymoperius was a sea dragon, an ocean dragon, a sea drake, however you want to word it. But he's from before they lost their true draconic souls. He was a true ocean dragon. Incredibly powerful, incredibly intelligent, and incredibly benevolent. He came across a race of ancient deep dwellers fleeing from some kind of catastrophe, and he gave them a home. Not only did he give them a home, he taught them how to follow his ways, how to be kind, how to be courteous, how to treat others with respect. And they built this home, and it's been here ever since. Climaperius was the oldest draconic entity that we recognize beneath the Nine Bodies. Some people actually hypothesize that he was in fact a primordial being.
Is that so? Primordial dragon. That's certainly very impressive, I must say. And to think he built an order of such fine folks as yourself.
We do try our best.
Tell me, pray tell, would it be? I'm so enamored with the idea of this. What this order represents, and to see its creator would mean so much. Would it be possible to lay eyes on this resting place?
If you're here having to ask that question, then that means the answer is no, unfortunately.
What a shame. Shame, shame, shame. And pray tell, who would be allowed?
Oh, the only people that are allowed in here are the ones that hear the song.
The song? What's that now?
It's said that the people who Climaperius saved towards the end of Climaperius' days, they would sing to him to give him the chance to sleep. One of them was always in there. There was song 24/7. But it was sung in their language. Apparently, only if you hear the song do you understand how to enter.
So these people had a and his as he's saying it, his face sort of slackens a little bit, but he pulls himself together. So these people had a primordial in their head.
That's what they believed, yeah.
And in your opinion, were they better off for it?
I believe that there's no better or worse when it comes to the primordials. I believe that they all have a purpose.
That's an interesting point of view. I dare say it would be rather unpopular to say that they all had purpose.
You believe that one of them didn't?
Oh, I don't disagree. There's some that I know to be rather unpopular amongst proper society.
Oh yeah, like some can be unpopular, but you can't deny that they have a reason for being. They have a reason for existing.
Of course,
Totally.
they represent the fundamental foundations of an ecosystem.
Yeah, so even if you don't like them, you still have to deal with them, right?
Yes, that makes perfect sense.
Is there anything else I can help you with there?
No, you've given me quite a lot to think about. This has been very insightful.
Good, I'm glad.
Shame about the body, though. Who knows? Maybe one day I will hear his call.
Maybe you will. If you do, I'll see you here.
I'll see you then. And with that, Architeuthis will mosey on.
As you move away,
I guess
you move away and you round the corner, a voice is going to speak to you, but it's not the voice of Kai Imperius. It's not a song. It's a voice you're all too familiar with. Slightly whispered and slightly garbled from not having any sense of real facial structure. You hear the voice of Kriakos. What do you have to report?
So his face, Architect's face, slackens. I'm in the temple of the. I'm sorry, I'm bad at pronunciation.
It's Kaima Perius.
I'm Imperius. I currently reside in the temple of Hyperius. There's an order here, one that he created. They seem to value kind acts and good deeds.
A disgusting aberration among the natural order.
Yes, Master. The
Go ahead.
true nature lives and dies on its own merits, not of the kindness of others.
Kindness is a weakness that we cannot afford. Their kindness relies on their good-willed natured God. I would have you locate something. A sacred idol, a deeply religious text, and steal it away before you leave. Let us see how well they will continue to love their God. And like an octopus, disappearing into the murky depths, he retreats from your mind.
A shudder passes over Architeuthus's body. And like his head was sort of like lolling backwards, kind of snaps back into place.
Mm-hmm.
I know what I must do. And I guess if we're to find a sacred, so presumably, based off of what I was told last time, this sacred, like a sacred text would not be in the library that I was just in. It would be the deeper archive. Yeah. Okay, gotcha. Okay, all right. So then, the question I have, so one of the warlock invocations I took was, hold on, there are names for these things. Let's see, Gaze of Two Minds, which allows me to touch a willing humanoid and perceive through its senses until the end of my next turn, and I can continue to use that as an action. Would it be at all conceivable to process this through a beast of some sort?
What do you mean process it through a beast?
Instead of it requires a willing. I can see through a willing humanoid's eyes. Would I be able to instead do this with a beast?
I'd say so, yeah.
Real quick, isn't there a spell that does specifically that?
Yes.
Beast
yeah, but it's a druid spell and I don't have it.
That's valid. I'm just saying for limitations of spell work, if there is usually...
if there's a spell that is... if there's a spell specifically words beast, then I'd probably say we have to go with the fact that if this was supposed to do that, there would not be that spell. So
Did
Gotcha. Okay.
when Reaver used Gaze of Two Minds, have you ever put that on Groan?
No, because I don't need to.
Because he can see through him because he's your summon steed. Got it.
Correct.
Interesting. Okay. So then,
So what is it? It's called Gaze of Two Minds.
Yeah,
Yes.
the thing I was using before I lost my wallet. Hey Pat, just a heads up, you have a potential gullible idiot Rekbone that can go through walls.
You also
says,
but like,
says willing humanoid.
You also have a very gullible idiot who has had that spell put on them in the past, willingly, who is very trusting of your character.
Before you continue, guys, talk amongst yourselves. I do have to just quickly jump to for a quick bio break.
Go for it.
Talk amongst yourselves. I have earphones. I can
Okay.
still hear. I have earphones. I'll
Oh,
still
no.
hear you all.
We cannot shitpost in public.
We can, we just need to be careful of what we shitpost. But yeah, no, Gaze of Two Minds, we've had some wonderful times with it. By all means, as soon as you said that, I was like, yes, more chaos, bring it.
You also
Gotcha,
might have
gotcha.
an
No.
into. We saw how people reacted to Luce using her last name. You also saw the people who were introduced as Luce's relatives and a close friend being taken deeper into to have their wounds tended, and that one of them was then had people thank us for bringing him back. So
Real quick, I'm gonna
Okay.
get sappy on y'all for a second. This is one of my favorite fucking things about this group, because there's always points where it's like, sorry, the one thing you want to do won't work, and then everyone's like, hey, but if you still want to do this thing, here's this option, and this option, and this
Yeah.
option, and this option, and I love that.
listen, we will always find
We
a
don't-
way to. Marisol.
We will never take a closed door seriously. There's
No.
always a way.
No, Echo will eat it. Reaver just goes right through it. Like, doors are a suggestion to this party.
Correct. And
Yeah,
also,
so they're just
other
sitting there
stupid shit.
trying to solve a puzzle.
Yeah, as is theft, chaos, utter shenaniganery. Apparently now, babysitting cheer work, Laura's finding random. Marisol, do you realize it's now the second revelation you've had in a food hall? You've got 2 nickels, buddy.
God damn it!
Your turn to have the nickels, bestie.
You can't snack in peace.
No.
You really can.
Oh my
This is-
god.
Yeah, because you also might have 2 nickels involving libraries, because you seem to have very like revolutionary or very revelationary moments in libraries sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, but that makes sense. There's a lot of information there I could find. This just sucks. This is just pure dumb luck.
This is how we find the Marisol lore. We have to find every single historical cafeteria.
How much trouble
And
is Reaver
Marisol will
in?
throw up in all of them.
Yeah, 'cause
It's
Reaver
gross.
reads this. Hey, it casts this thing. Bards talk about this thing. Marisol, this will help you. Does not know the effects that it will cause.
This is too stupid to understand. I'm just put that right out there, and I built her that way for a reason. Diamond did not want to be burdened by magic economy this campaign. Instead, I am burdened by action economy of 3 different melee classes. I did this to myself, and I'm happy.
Hey,
I'm
if you're happy.
so excited for this though. I don't know what I'm more excited about: the Marisol lore continuation, or seeing Pat basically puppeteer and be cryptid and sneaky.
Like it.
So excited. I'm so excited.
For everyone watching, this is literally just what happens behind the scenes.
Yes,
Yeah,
Constantly.
basically.
Constantly.
it is just
We
one
were-
big. What is the next thing we get to excite and mess about with? And then one of us will go, "Here's an idea," and then blah.
This is why we can't shitpost in public, because then it gets manifested
Mhm.
by our DM of Doom. I, as the note taker, do not immortalize the shit posts, but sometimes the shit posts immortalize themselves, and I then end up having to still take notes of the shit
They're
posts.
immortalized in our hearts. It's fine.
Yeah.
In here.
Next to the 10 gold.
And the
Yeah, next to
Lockstone,
the-
apparently, replacement.
What's out?
Listen, I'm going to consider getting rid of it anyway.
If
Give it
you
to Luke.
still have that by like and haven't done anything with it by the time Echo gets back to Reaver, Echo's gonna be so fucking mad. Are you kidding me? You took mine and broke it and
I might
bastard.
give you it.
You think Echo's gonna be there like, yes, do please explain in this moment.
You're getting chomped.
Correct. Echo will eventually ask questions, but that's never where we start.
It's the entire dynamic between us is bite, then ask.
Yeah.
Correct. This is why Echo can tell everybody what they taste like.
Right, then ass.
Ass?
Ass.
I think you meant to say bite thine ass.
Bite thine ass.
Bite
thine.
the do you bite your thumb at me, sir?
No, but I do bite my thumb, sir.
Nerds.
I do not bite my thumb at you,
Yep.
sir, but I do bite my thumb, sir. Right. Anyway, sorry. Archtoothus.
Yeah, what I... Go ahead.
I was going to say, so Big Squid gave Squid a job.
Yes. So what we're gonna do from here, I'm actually gonna think of the best way to facilitate this. I'm gonna go back to where I saw Marisol and Lou's head, and I'm gonna head to the I guess I'll head to the to the cafeteria first. Upon I guess not seeing them there at this point, I would ask the nearest temple goer. The two people who were in here before. Do you know where they happen to have gone?
So the one you speak to here is a merfolk. Kind of big, brawny looking, greyish brown skin with dots with like spots on the back. And they go, you're talking about the two that were taken away, like down towards the dormitories? I can take you there if you want.
Oh, please do. That'd be very kind of you. Thank you.
He turns and starts to swim, taking you there. Looks very, very whale shark patterned. Big boy. Like you're talking like maybe 7.5 feet long. Starts swimming. He's got that kind of like real slow type of swimming. But it'll take you to where you can find Marisol asleep with a still awake Luce. Still awake Luce.
Hello. I'm sorry. Do you prefer Vess or Luz? I don't.
If you want me to remember the context of our friendship, you might want to call me this. I've got a real bad memory lately. I think that's what happens whenever you're not. Part of you's not supposed to be as long-lived, but the other part kind of is, and it's an adjustment phase. You can call me either.
Hello, Ida.
You're funny. You're actually very funny. I like that. I might add that to my list of names if you keep that up.
I just might actually now. You know, I was very interested in accessing the archives here. The history here is very, very interesting to me, and it seems that like your uncle seems to have been brought much deeper into the temple than the rest of us. I was wondering what got him that sort of clout.
Probably him being an asshole. I don't know. I mean, they're kind of nobility, and he seems to be like a biggin in all of this nonsense. We got thanked for bringing him back, so he must be a big fucking deal. he's kind of an asshole. My cousin's kind of an asshole. My dad's kind of an idiot. My mom was great. Um, I think that answers your question.
I never realized that you come from a family of nobles. That's, I'm sure that was an interesting upbringing.
I didn't realize it either until about maybe 2 weeks ago.
Oh, that's,
So, a
oh, revelatory.
little bit. Yeah, no, it was a whole thing. Um, but did you need to talk to my uncle about something?
Well, I was hoping to, maybe convince the temple goers here to let me have a little bit of a look see at their archives. And, well, I figure if his name holds some weight around here,
I can ask him. I mean, I can try.
I'd be very delighted if you could. It means so much to me.
I can definitely ask him, and then from there we'll kind of see what I can do. I don't think I can guilt trip Morden enough to get me anywhere cool right now. I might just have to out asshole my asshole uncle through mutual understanding. Um, Hopefully. I think that's probably going to be the plan. Um, all right, well, you seem like you're still smart in some kind of way, so we got to plan that out.
For
And
sure, yes, absolutely.
basically what you see is Luce is sitting probably on the ground. That's just where she ends up all the time. With Marisol like sleeping in her lap, but off to the side is this unrolled, completely like pressed plant matter cartography set. It's a map of the nine bodies with a lot of missing bits and pieces, but the places near and around the Black Ocean are filled out. But there's one random part where the Brandwood Ocean was the Razor Citadel in.
Sorry, huh. The Razor Citadel is in the Western Sea.
That one. That one has a little bit of filled out stuff, but the way that this looks is basically it's scraps of other pressed plant matter that look like they probably were a part of another kind of thing. It's very scavenged, but you can piece together from visualization that it is a map because it has map-like qualities. And so you see Luce kind of like arrange things again to show you and points on the map where we currently are and pulls out another scrap and starts basically etching on it. And it's just like, all right, so what all are you trying to do or look for or look into?
Oh, I just really wanted access to the historical archives for fill out my own research.
All right. So historical archives, are you looking for any information on something specific?
Prominent religious texts would have to do it.
Okay. That seems pretty simple. Um,
You'd think.
I don't think, unless I have to. Let's be perfectly honest on that. Um, it's a lot of work, and that's Feather's job. That's not my job. Um, he's still bottled, so he'll be back in like 5, 6 days, something like that. You'll like him, I think.
I do think so. He seems like a very intelligent sort of fellow.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, so you need historical archives focusing on religious texts. Don't they got like a library or something here?
The library seems to be more of a record of people's comings and goings to the temple.
Oh. Yeah, that wouldn't, I guess.
It's,
If you
it's
deep
fairly
dive.
limited in terms of information, yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. All right, well, let's see what I can do. I gotta wait till Marisol wakes up. She used some kind of big magic. Now she's exhausted. I gotta do
Oh,
my
that's-
girl-friendly duty.
Oh, that's completely understandable for sure. I'm happy to wait.
All right. Well, I mean, if you ain't got nothing else to do, if you want to hang out with me for a bit, we can, I guess, catch up. And
Absolutely, I'd love that.
And that's what Luce is going to do. Luce is going to basically fill in Architeuthis on the fact that most of us met in jail. Uh, leaving out the detail of the box and the thing that came out of the box. Um, is going to share the fact that, like, sometimes Luce dreams of weird shit, vaguely elaborates on the weird shit, that the weird shit might actually be visions of the past, but is not giving specific details on that one. Because Luce is not detail-oriented like other people. Gonna tell about how we got to meet people from the Razor Citadel, and how that was a lot of fun. Gonna tell how we got to go to visit Priestess Jira, because Malith got infected with something. Is not gonna say what Malith got infected by. And get context as to who Malith is. And then is going to tell about basically that Whale Watch settlement is probably not a great place to go, with the context that we kind of might have stolen from a dragon turtle a set of armor that was poisoning Marisol that she can no longer attune to. And then say how, and then in full detail explain the fight that she had with Moradin of Words about, like, them being related and him not getting it until she opened a weird sword that he's weirdly attached to. And then from there is going to explain, like, the vague details of Deepart. Luce is not detail oriented. You're getting, like, a speed run Cliff Notes website recap with a lot of focus on just, like, bullshit. It is going to tell you the story about how Luce met Reaver and how Luce bullied Reaver into friendship. So, yeah, you get that background. And that they met Feather in a shipwreck, and that one of the old party members insta-killed Feather, and then Feather was gone for a bit, but Feather got better and came back. So, and now Feather's gone again, but he'll be back soon.
I'm gonna say he's also gone again now.
they used to have lovely conversations, and then he popped out of a necklace next to them at a bar, and they went, "So, he's like kind of cute."
Oh, you do get the story of how Feather said that he was going to take Luce out on a date, and Luce asked if it was with a weapon, and Marisol had to explain that it was a date. You do get that context as well for this relationship.
Amazing.
And you do get the additional context of, upon running into battle, Marisol just told Feather, grab our girlfriend, and that is how that relationship started as well. So, and that's all the information you get. And you get the... Yeah. And then Luce will casually drop in that she's apparently a descendant of Adelan, the last true king. Nonchalant. She does not tell you anything other than that. And there was one...
Archie's sitting here like, you getting this? You getting this?
Yeah. And then you also get a lot of information about a Carcharodine named Shelly, who eats plankton, who wanted to go into a weird part of the ocean, and, like, the unadulterated fear that Shelly was going to get himself killed. And that we haven't seen
Kriakos is some bit of some rotted corner of the deepest ocean, like, scribbling in Abrams, just going, "Get them to talk slower, I cannot move this quickly." Accidentally ends up getting notes crossed over, and somehow Shelley is actually the last king. He's like,
yes. Yeah. He's got 8 legs, he can do it.
He can do it, he can do it. But yeah, and then you get a lot
My name is Shelley, and I am here to smite you.
You get a lot of information about Wreckborn. You get a lot of observatory information about Wreckborn. Because at the mention of, like, Reaver, it just completely shifts the entire conversation. And Luce is just info dumping everything about Wreckborn, and you have never seen her this excited to talk about a topic. And you kind of learn that since you last saw her, she has a not new, but a newly expanded hyperfixation with Wreckborn. And she talks a lot about fighting tactics with Wreckborn, like fighting in tandem with them. But the one specifically that you will be able to assume is Reaver. So that's everything you get.
Gotcha. No, he's Architeuthis is very happy to just, like, let you talk, and just sort of, like, throw in a few I'm listening words, oh yeah, yeah, for sure, along the lines, and just filling in the gaps while you just go absolutely off.
Yes. The Kriakos is listening. Adelan's descendant's a fucking idiot. That's what
So,
who really
fuck
likes
me,
Reckhorn.
man.
Our entire playbook has just been leaked to the enemy. It's one
You
move,
said to-
but it's still.
Oh yeah, like all your combat tactics too.
Yeah.
Holy shit. Yeah. Yeah.
But it's all
And,
detailed
and-
as
and-
dancing.
And remind me again, this feather person, they are in fact a lich. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
She didn't say feathers and lich. She just said that feather dies sometimes, and then comes back eventually.
Feather dies sometimes. Makes it sound like Feather's not allowed to go on a
Things
bus
together.
by himself. Like
No, that's not.
sometimes
Feather dies
Feather
sometimes.
dies, but that's okay. Everybody
Oh.
dies sometimes.
And we found Echo in a ditch, surrounded by dead bodies. And we got swallowed by Echo at least twice in our
I love
adventures.
how one of the most terrifying places of the Black Ocean, the dead trenches, you just equated it down to we found Echo in a ditch.
Found Echo in a ditch.
It's like the pet you didn't want that you found on the side of the road.
No. It's like the friend.
three-legged mongrel dog that can't put its tongue back in its mouth correctly. You're just like, well, I guess you're mine.
No, it's whenever you find a friend on the playground, but this friend has basically spent the last year digging a specific hole in the playground sand, and that is their hole. They are there. That is their space. Nobody else is allowed unless you're friends with them. So that is the analogy Luce is using.
Listen, they were warned not to touch my hole, okay? But they did it, so I buried them, okay? It's not a big deal.
The only difference is we said hello before touching the hole, therefore being allowed to step into it, and therefore
You
made
dive
friends with
bomb.
the entity. Yeah.
You dive bombed into the ditch,
This is also
got-
true.
So Archie Toothless, you are hit with the whole running track record of what has gone on. What do you do from here?
Well, at this point, I am waiting to use Luce's not royal, but noble background to bully my way into the archives. And so I am fully willing to wait until Marisol wakes up, so the two of us can go on our research trip.
Alrighty, so you're just waiting here until Marisol wakes up.
Yes.
Okay. Moving on from there, we go last and most certainly not least to Echo. Now, when we left Echo was getting something to eat.
Echo had gotten something to eat.
Echo had gotten something to eat. Oh yeah. You caught like isopods and shit like that. Yeah.
Yep.
So, after your meal, is there anything that you want to do still outside the temple?
Nope.
Nope. So you're heading back into the temple.
Echo, honestly, if I have to describe it, Echo's a little worried about being locked out of the temple. It's like you're going to an Airbnb you're not familiar with and you don't know how the lock mechanism works quite well yet.
Yeah.
You're worried that if you leave, you're not going to be able to get back in. That's where Echo's at.
Okay. You make your way back to the temple and the wall, and as you approach, the temple already recognizes you, so as you approach, the wall slides apart and opens for you, Echo.
Wall shouldn't move. And Echo's gonna enter.
Dead people should be dead.
No. Dead people can be alive, but walls should not move.
You make your way inside the temple. At this point, as you've been hunting, such and as you make your way inside, you can see Reaver with Groan messing about with some of the kids. He's the only person you can see.
There's like a tilt of Echo's head as Echo takes in the fact that Reaver is currently of his own, in theory, volition, interacting with the horde of children.
Do you want the scene?
Bet. What's
Cool.
happening?
I want you to basically imagine a teacup ride that Grown is basically rotates spinning and using their tentacles to basically like lift up and down and basically give the kids a fairground ride. Meanwhile, I am basically either giving the kids the ability like to juggle and like basically like rotate spin and basically being a fairground ride for them to have some fun and excitement. Whether using Spectre form, rotating my body through like that ability, using the plummet ability for my armor to basically like do the up and down. I'm just letting them have some laughters and fun.
You have turned yourself into an amusement park.
Correct.
Echo watches kind of from near the entryway and near the doorway and doesn't say anything, doesn't make their presence known or anything like that. Just watches in kind of fascinated disbelief, like this is not a scene they ever thought that they would witness. And they don't fully know what to do about that, so I don't think they're gonna interact with it because I think it confuses them too much. And so they're gonna kind of skirt around the situation.
Okay. So you're skirting around, avoiding Reaver and the children.
Yeah.
Okay. What is your passive perception? He said, knowing that it's someone fucking godly.
24.
Okay, on a 24 you're definitely going to hear it. On a 24 you can hear the sound of somebody singing, carrying on the waves.
I'm just gonna perk up. Is
It's a
it
single
something
voice.
they recognize?
Do you know what? Let's see, shall we? Why don't you roll me... This doesn't feel like a history check. This feels like roll me a D100 and see if you can remember anything.
Okie dokie.
I have a number in my head.
I got a 75.
Yes, you do. You can't remember the words of it, but as they're just vocalizing. It's just like choral that they're singing.
With that in mind, Echo's gonna start following it, but is gonna start softly humming along. With all their little discordant voices. It's their own chorus.
It's very lullaby-esque. It's not this, but picture it as almost like Once Upon a December from Anastasia.
Ah!
It's got
Gotcha.
that very kind of like do 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 do. It's got that very kind of very set way it goes kind of feel to it. And you do recognise it. You don't know where you recognise it from. You haven't got that part, but you recognise it. Not only that, you recognise like a word here and there. Like you remember where they're supposed to go.
I think as Echo moves and follows it, and as Echo skirts around the kids and whatnot, as they hum where they know to put in the words, where they're remembering to put in words, they start putting in the words and then going back to humming, and then putting in a word and then going back to humming. Like that sort of thing as they go.
As you follow this, you're eventually led to a corridor where there's a group of guards outside.
Slowly approach while humming.
as you approach, humming this song. The guards are kind of talking amongst themselves, and they all kind of like start slowly turning and looking at you. One of the guards that comes over to you.
There's like a little his spit, and I kind of like. Eh.
One of the guards that comes over to you is a sea elf, and they kind of like. Are you ready to go inside?
I mean, that's. We can hear the singing from in there. Is that open? Like.
You can hear the singing.
Yeah, we can hear it. And Echo's gonna once again start humming it again and putting in words on occasion where they remember them. And then once they've gotten like a little bit in, I mean, like, it's somewhere in our memory. Heard it before.
They look amongst themselves with looks of disbelief, like, is this really fucking happening? Is it? And then they just part down the middle, with one of them putting a hand on the door and a thin bit of light just cracking right up the middle to unlock the door.
Okay. Is there a particular reason you're acting weird? Or is that normal around here?
This is a pretty weird situation right here, if we're honest.
Oh, we forget we look weird sometimes.
Just kind of like, it's nothing to do with the way you look. It's you'd best head inside. It all makes sense there, I think.
That is so incredibly ominous, and Echo's gonna insight check.
Okay.
I'm gonna roll insight. Passive insight is 24.
Okay.
Wow, my roll is 25.
They seem genuinely surprised, shocked, curious. But there's no signs of hostility or anything along those lines.
Echo's used to, like, surprise and confusion and all of that, but it's usually followed with, like, some kind of fear, some kind of heebie-jeebies. And so I think that's the part that throws them off a little bit. It's like, oh, this is weird, but we're chill. Okay. And Echo's gonna kind of skirt past them through the door, trying, like, essentially bending their body away from each guard. Just like, don't touch me.
You move through the door, get inside to this main chamber, and inside you can hear the singing even louder. But there's no direct source of the singing. You can't see a vocalist anywhere. What you do see is on the floor and directly above it on the ceiling, massive. You're talking 50-foot diameter. Two pools of water. Much like that water that I've described before, where it's like, you know, underwater, you can have underwater lakes because of the density of the water. It's like that. It's like two different densities, above and below. The music, the song, is just surrounding you all. You hear, but on the underside of it, a voice is going to come. It has been a while since someone came into my chambers.
We're told we should enter.
You heard the song.
We hear the song.
You do not look like one of the people.
Well, considering we're an amalgamation of a lot of people, that would probably make sense. We know, small size, but a lot of different parts. We don't actually know how many fingers are all segmented, different. Yeah, we know.
You are an interesting creature.
What are you?
Something like you, something not.
What?
I am like you in the sense that there is no other like me. I am unlike you in the sense that I am the way I am, and I have always been the way I am.
Oh. Who are you, then?
The people of this temple call me Chimoperius.
Huh. So it got.
What is your name, little one?
Most people just call us Echo. We've been called a lot of things. Most of the names aren't very nice. Echo kind of stuck.
And you hear the song that comes from our domain.
We are blind, we are not deaf.
From the bottom pool, a shape starts to come out. Large, serpent head.
Pulling back.
And as it comes out, it is serpent-like until it gets to a point where you see the body widen out. Very, very, very long neck. The body starts to widen out and you see, tucked like this, are two forelegs. Hugging into its body are two large flaps of folded skin, maybe some kind of like membrane similar to manatees and such on how they glide. Until the tail follows out, preceded very, very briefly by the curled up back legs. And it begins to circulate around before looking at you with these giant, kind blue eyes and says, "You have nothing to fear, little one. We would never harm. It is
How many
not our
times have
way."
we heard that?
What can we do to make you feel more at home?
What do you mean at home?
The head is going to come round, passing within 20 feet of you, and take a deep inhale.
There's like a hiss from Echo's side.
You smell.
Rude. But fair.
Forgive us. You smell of the people of Betelanu.
We heard that word. What is that word?
Betalanu is where you. They kind of screw their eyes in at you, taking your shape, and go, perhaps not you. Betalanu is the home of the people of the Betan species.
We haven't heard of that one before.
I would be surprised if you had. They precede almost every other species by many generations. You smell exactly like them.
Good combination of body parts?
This serpentine head curves its way back around before coming to rest above the arms, or the forelegs, and elevates its head right up so that this great oceanic dragon is now in a wraparound, lying down and looking at you. You. Why have you... What have you brought here?
Girls just gonna hold their arms out. This is it. I need to remind everyone here for a quick moment that Echo has an intelligence of 8. That's where we're functioning right now.
Got an intelligence of 8. I know what I'm doing.
Ah. We brought us. And we do have some things in storage. There's a book. There's some gold somewhere. We lost track of that a bit ago, though. We'd have to go searching for it.
You come with no knowledge, no understanding of what you were.
There's the word. We don't remember most things from the before times. We actually don't remember a before time before everything. Not anymore. If we ever did. There might not have been a before time. That might explain it. We don't know. None of us.
I believe you and I must have a conversation. I believe it is time I told that tale. And they will, again, they cross their forearms over each other as if to create like a leaning post. And they lean forward and say, Child of the Betan, last of those who sing. I think it is time you knew of home.
Home.
They nod, settle their head down on top of their folded over forelegs, and you see the scales at the side of their mouth curl up as their serpentine head smiles, and they say, home.
Echo's gonna move forward tentatively. Almost as if they're moving, but they're not sure they want to be. And I'll move up a bit closer, and they'll settle right around like eye level
Okay.
with Chimoperius. Okay. Sure. How long ago was this?
By what the people of this temple will tell you, many, many generations have passed since the extinction of your people. But I will tell you it is simply many, many generations since they went to another place, existed in another space.
Okay. I guess. Tell me what you're going to tell me.
I shall begin at the beginning. I am told it is a good place to start. And I believe we will wrap there. Because there is a lot to dump on that. But for Echo specifically, before we end, less of a what's the word I'm looking for? Less of an after credit scene and more of a as we end. Imagine if you could the orb of vision that we see through that presents this show to us moves towards that pool and then goes into it and goes down and down and down towards a small mote of light, and as it moves closer that mote of light gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger until you pass through it. And on the other side of that mote of light, through a tall patch of pink and purple kelp, there's a village. And there's a group of these, as you now know them to be called, Betans, swimming around, going about their day, existing. And at the beginning of next session, we're going to have a big old lore dump about the origins of these people and about Echo's original existence. Thank you very much for everybody for coming to see us today. Thank you to my players. thank you to. I'm going to give a special one. Thank you to Diamond, who has done nothing but write this whole fucking session. How are we for next week, folks? Are we good?
Absolutely.
We are good, fantastic. So we are going to be here next session with what I think is going to be just a big old chunk of fucking lore. But it is going to be lore that is very worth knowing, and I think I'm going to make some predictions right here. I think it's going to make Echo do the Charlie from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia thing, where like, oh my god, things are making sense, things are firming up. Kyle's going to do that thing he does where he looks down and you see all the gears and cogs spin, and I think I might get a holy fuck out of Diamond, because some shit is gonna. That face, Kyle just did it. He just did it. He's doing it right
the
there.
other
He's
ones
literally
now.
doing it. He's literally doing it right now.
I'm trying to work out.
Exactly.
Is it? I'm working out my own shit with like the kids and the playground stuff, or is this going to be to do with the Betan lore that I'm working out? Like,
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. If you like what you've seen here today, folks, you should come and see all of our other sessions. We stream 6 times a week. We only don't stream on Tuesdays. We stream every other day of the week. And if we aren't streaming, you can still watch us, because I just play Baldur's Gate 3. I'm playing a Dark Urge playthrough. We're about to go and fight a hag. It's going to be fun. I'm going to absolutely wail on her. She's going to die, like, horrifically. I still have not decided who I'm romancing. I am letting the audience decide who I romance.
Carlac.
That is dangerous.
Sorry.
What did you say?
Carlac.
I said
I
Carlac.
always romance Carlac. Like, it's the obvious choice.
Jahira.
You can't
Kind of.
You used to
If
be
I
able
could,
to.
I would. Oh my god.
You used to be able to romance Jahira and Minsk, and then they took it out. They took it out of the game because they're cowards. Because
Romance?
they are absolute
Will.
cowards.
Romance my husband. Romance my husband for me, Brian.
What, romance Will?
Romance my husband and do his little dance with him for me, specifically. I have a type, I've been told.
But yeah, that's what you can see me doing. Other than that, go check out all of our social medias. We are mostly active on Blue Sky right now because all other social medias are kind of big hot dumpster fires of garbage. So yeah, go check out our Blue Sky at World Tree Quests. Other than that, I'm going to pass over my players and I'm going to let them plug the absolute shit out of themselves, because they all deserve it, because they're beautiful, funky, glorious people. Kyle, anything you would like to plug at all?
Hi, I'm just Kyle, but the more you get to know me, the more you know there's more than just a name. You can find me currently writing for projects with the Daylight Publications. Currently, I'm doing some playtesting with them with one of the new campaigns called Modan. It is absolutely wonderful. It's adorable. It's a very simple rules-light system where the level of improv that you see from this wonderful DM and the players is the standard play of you get to have these wonderful creative stories, little cutesy things, or they can be absolute horrors. It does noir detective style, it does fantasy, it does your sci-fi, it does your cyberpunk. Any kind of style you want to look for, it can be found there. I'm also working for Gehenna Gaming, and I'll be doing a bunch of conventions with them. The next one coming up is PAX East in Boston, where you will see some wonderful people there, myself included, running stuff like El Automata, Our Brilliant Room potentially, Horror D&D, and many other things. If you like spookies, if you like fun, please come see us there. I also do start playing as my main time job. If you want to see me in the DM seat instead of a player seat, making me try and potentially go, a lot more as you throw things that are utter chaos my way, please come contact me through that method. And you'll find me at Just Kyle on Start Playing. Apart from that, you can find me at Blue Sky in the same regards. And I think that's all I can talk about or remember to talk about at this moment. Someone will tell me otherwise, I'm sure. I will pass over to the wonderful Pat.
Hey, howdy, hey. I'm Patrick Diamond of Diamond Quality Cosplay and Diamond Quality Photography. You can catch me every Thursday here Other than that, I do not have quite the laundry list of things going on. And so in the future, this will be longer. But I'll pass it over to Diamond.
Hmm. I don't usually go this early. Oh no, I usually go last. Okay, cool. Hiya, my name's Madness Diamond, but since we're friends now, you can call me Diamond. I use they, she pronouns. I am an all-around content creator of the TTRPG things along with a bunch of other things. I'm also a sex worker. Um, and I am the administrative coordinator for Dinner and a Game. Where on Tuesdays, sometimes, eventually, we play a World of Darkness multi-splat called Emerald Sanctums, or we're running Crawfish to the Bitter End with Renowned Gaming as our GM, or something else. And Selkie Cove is kind of along with me in that. So I covered that so you don't have to. And then on Thursdays, you can find me here on World Tree Quest playing Melusine Luz Vestra, your lovely Battlemaster Barbarian Rogue. I have more I have to say now. Um, but I am also the community manager for the cast side of things here on World Tree Quest, and I am the assistant to the DM of Doom, aka God. So if you see bullying happen, usually it's because I have to go through so many notebooks for this campaign. Specifically, I don't have carpal tunnel, you do. And then I'm also the co-director for House of Dreams and one of their lead producers who are currently doing a stream every weekend for February for Black History Month in collaboration with Apochromatic, which is a Wander Home game. If you have not checked that out on House of Dreams Twitch, you absolutely should. Run by Hector Reyes Jr. as I think it's the Wayfinder, I think is what they call themselves on that one. Or the Guide, I think is the system name for the GM. And then, of course, I'm also on the Everbright Archive, a TTRPG anthology podcast featuring myself as Jemmy Horde, the curator of epics, who is currently playing Lysandra Agni, who is aka Misfortune's Flame, who is not an arsonist. And if Sphinx sees this does not count towards the counter. It is not an Everbright stream. But you can find us everywhere you find your lovely podcasting needs. And today, episode 4 went live, where you get to see us actually engage in combat. But I play Lysandra. My other lovely cast members include Sphinx Akasha, who is the current champion of bards, Brittany Ursa, who is playing Odile, who is the chronoscribe, Bardic Sweet Tea, who is playing Tyzon, the chronicler of epics, I think. No, the composer of chronicles, and then our lovely Selkie Cove, who can talk about that for themselves. And then, of course, this tomorrow, which is this Friday, at I believe it's supposed to be 8 p.m. Central Time on Dinner and a Games channel, I will be playing in a Pokepocalypse game run by Dennis, aka OKSGM, who is one of the creators of Sagas, which is a setting and genre agnostic system, which is a Pokemon hack. And I'm going to be playing a Haunter, who was the Pokemon of a Nurse Joy. So it'd be fun. And then on Tuesday, which is next Tuesday, Dag will also be running a daylight game called Gwendon, which I'm not going to talk about my character this time. You have to come watch to come find out. But I'm also in the nonprofit space. I'm doing some stuff for Gen Con, focusing on highlighting sex workers. If you are a sex worker in the TTRPG space, or you are somebody who'd like to help with this endeavor of programming, please let me know. Slide in my DMs respectfully, and we can talk about it. And I'm also looking to help Gehenna Gaming find pay GMs for their endeavors for different conventions this year. Okay, I'm done. Somebody else, please.
Selkie.
Great. I knew that was gonna happen. Hello, I am Selkie Cove. You can find me pretty much everywhere at Selkie Cove, unless it's Instagram, because then it's Selkie's Cove. Because someone already took Selkie Cove, and I don't even know who it is. But
whoever you are, we're coming for you.
Anyway, I'm here for all of your creepy cute needs. If you want something that's adorable but also a little fucked up, or maybe a little more than a little fucked up, this is me. If you want something that's cute and horrifying, this is me. If you want something that's underwater, this is me. So as the lovely Diamond has said, sometimes you can find me on Tuesdays, where I get to play an above water seafarer, Fiakramiran, who is a Macaulay pirate captain, who is so lost when he doesn't have his crew. It is such a problem. Such a problem. He's a diplomat, I swear, but don't separate him from his crew because that goes out the window. He's like a dog with anxious attachment issues, but just to his crew. But he's also super fucking OP because Macaulay in World of Darkness are overpowered as fuck. He has the fuck you in particular lightning ability, and I love him for it. And if we're not playing that, you can find me playing Crawfish to the Bitter End. Oh my god, I forgot my character's name.
Birchiel.
Birchiel, thank you. I was like, I know you're a goth angel. So, Birchiel is a goth actual angel, legitimate, still not fallen angel, who is the familiar of another party member who is a vampire. If you want to know how that works, there's only 2 sessions up, and we only have 1 more to go. So like, go watch the other 2 if you wanna see me get dragged behind a car by my neck, but in a funny way. Go watch that. And then on Wednesdays, on occasion on the internet game, you can find me playing my character Calyx. Calyx who dies all the time. But unlike Feather, who dies and like comes back but like doesn't really die, Calyx dies constantly. And keeps all the wounds and everything when they come back, so they can point and show like, I died this way, I died this way, died this way, and they wear the breaks and stuff in their clothing like stories, like battle scars. And then obviously here on Thursdays, you can find me playing Echo, which is so many things, but mainly like Frankenstein's monster, and who is so old. Even before Revelations, no matter how the Revelations go, Echo is already one of the oldest party members, actually the oldest party members outside of NPCs. God, Echo's old.
Echo is actually the oldest person so far.
I'm thinking about Feather.
Feather's like 400 or 500 years old.
Oh,
I was
yeah,
thinking
yeah.
about Adelan.
Oh shit! Fuck yeah, Atalan. Right, cool. Yeah, fuck. Yeah.
Definitely older than Feather.
Maybe not older than Adelan.
Might be older than Atalan. I need to go and
I
look at my time table.
No, I
at my
think
timetable.
Echo's older than Adelan based on information we've already gotten.
Yeah. I think Echo's currently the oldest character. Not including like the primordial beings and such. Like, just not including it.
Oh God. And then for the Everbright Archive, which I'm also in with the absolutely illustrious Madness Diamond, who is, by the way, one of my favorite people in the world, along with everyone else here. But like, I need to sing Diamond's praises just a little bit more, because Diamond is in so many projects and always puts their all into absolutely every one of them, and they're one of the most creative people I've ever known in my entire life. And if you're not supporting them by viewership or comments or monetary support, you should be. And I'm just gonna put that endorsement out there. I will put that in writing. But find me in the Everbright Archive, where my bard Sona, my bardic deity, is actually 3, because I can never do things simply, because why would I? I create things like Echo. And that is Erebos, Rabbit, and Phobator. Phobator is the stuff of your nightmares, Rabbit's the stuff of your dreams, Erebos means they're in equilibrium, because you cannot have one without the other. It's a dream entity, a dream deity. And if you want to hear more lore about them, you can actually catch that sometime soon. But also just watch the sessions and stuff. But in this first round of our anthology series, I play Blythe Leary, who is very different now from where he started off when you first meet him. As the chaotic being that he is. If you want to see some disability representation, if you want to see some neurodivergence representation, I created Blythe as partially a way to explore that. And I'm dying in this game. Okay. I created Blythe as part of a way to explore that for myself. Because I am also neurodivergent and disabled. So that's because you can watch that. And then I forget how much stuff I'm doing until I have to say all of it. On most Saturdays, you could find me with lovely Renowned playing Paint the Town Red, where we just had a big reveal about the character I'm playing. But the character I'm playing, is, is named Ven. Well, has a long name, but you'll know them by Ven. Very colorful, upbeat, rebel that is modeled after a hummingbird. Part of a group called the Red Caps, who is a rebel organization that's based in art and based in freedom of expression with that artwork. But I can never create something that's not fucked up in some way. But that reveal happened this very last session, so if you want to see eventually how they get fucked up, you should watch. But not only that, the rest of the cast, fucking phenomenal. Star cast in this fucking one. And finally, I have a last new thing to announce. So, it's not airing just yet, and I am not able to give many details, but I am going to be part of a horror campaign, a pre-record horror campaign, that's going to be launched on a channel that I cannot say in public quite yet. But this character might be the least fucked up character I've ever made.
That's not saying much.
Gonna be cute without the creepy.
The fuck?
And that's me.
So it's like no tentacles or no shit, like nothing anywhere.
Yeah.
Nah, I don't buy it. The weight's like $1 or something like that. It's gotta be like $1 or something.
Nope. Human.
Denny, thanks very much, Selkie. Denny, anything you'd like to share with the group?
To be as succinct as possible, because we have gotten a large amount of information both in session and after session. You can find me on socials at for cosplaying at Lawless Aries Cosplay. You can buy my jewelry at Magpie Finds Jewelry, and you can read my writing at oh my god, I've been part of this so long and I just blanked on the Absurdist Press. Absurdistpress.com. I have 2 new books coming out this year. I have 1 book out already. I'm coming to terms with the fact that I've never written a straight character in my entire life. And here's my cat. Oh, big stretch. Here, purr into the mic. Purr into the mic. Okay, be that quiet.
That
That's all.
cat is sick of shit. It's like,
Side shout out as the only person with an actual online store. Hey, you know what's coming up? Valentine's Day. You got a partner you care about? Go buy the wonderful Lawless Aries cosplay.
buy shit from Denny. Buy their shit.
Yeah.
They make beautiful shit. Okay, I
Buy
need to be
shit
clear.
from me.
Don't buy their shit. Buy the stuff they make. Okay? Just to be clear.
I mean, if someone is paying enough.
Danny!
In this economy?
Danny, you can't put that on the internet. Somebody will try, okay?
Yeah, fair.
Maybe Denny's serious. You don't know.
So if you want to buy Danny's shit, if that's it from all of my players and that's it from me, well then that's it from us. Thanks very much for coming to see us today, folks. I've been your DM of Doom, Son of Asgard, or World Tree Quest here on Twitch and YouTube. With me today we've had Just Kyle, we've had Selkie Cove, we've had Lawless Aries Cosplays, we've had Diamond Quality Cosplays, and we've had Madness Diamond. From all of us here at World Tree Quest, good night, stay safe. Have you got a party member that you want to make really, 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 really old? Do it. Also, don't pull a finny. Good night, folks. Good night. There is no greater joy in my life than knowing I've made you very, 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 very old.